Okay, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panel. We made a great start to the event. In the morning, Tamam was quite bold about the evolution of the humanitarian system, but also the evolution of our world. We are indeed going through some very rapid, dynamic, unpredictable change in the world, and we know that the humanitarian system has to adapt, adjust, or change in ways it hasn't done up to now. So in this panel, we're going to talk about precisely that evolution. We have a long-standing history of humanitarian action, of the multilateral system. It's been 80 years since the UN system, and the humanitarian system is very much led by the multilateral. But in fact, humanitarian action itself goes way back. So in this panel, we will look at what that journey has looked like, because, in fact, we see that it has brought us to a place where we have a lot of positive developments that we can account for, but we also do know that it has needed to change and to transform over the years. Perhaps we feel it most urgently today. So we will have some discussions around what that evolution looks like and what the future of humanitarian action looks like. And I have a great panel today bringing in those very different perspectives, those who have been engaged in the formal humanitarian system, those who have engaged in the periphery, outside, but engaging with the formal humanitarian system. So we will hear from our panelists as to what this journey has looked like for them, and then also getting their thoughts and ideas of where it should be headed. So I would like to introduce my panel, but before that, shortly about myself. My name is Sema Karaosmanoğlu, and I'm the founder and director of Support to Life, Hayata Destek, a Turkey-based organization. My organization has been around for more than 20 years now, 21 to be precise, and I have been engaged in humanitarian, or engaging with the formal humanitarian sector for almost 30 years, 29 to be precise. And in the morning, when Chris asked us to think about how things have changed over these years, for me it has actually been quite a journey, because when I started in the mid-90s in Turkey, we had refugees from Bosnia and Kosovo, and there was the Balkan War, and it had already become protracted. And we were actually delivering cash assistance, cash and voucher assistance to refugees who were in Istanbul at the time. So I'm talking about 30 years ago. It has been quite a journey for me, because cash assistance, of course, then became formalized within the humanitarian system, and we talk about it more and more now. But as local and national organizations, we have been really able to adapt very quickly to that change, and very well connected with the realities on the ground. So for me, it's a privilege to be here. I was asked to moderate this panel. I have a lot to share myself, but of course, the rich discussion here is going to give us a broader perspective of where we stand. Okay, so for our panelists, Christoph. He is the Director of International Cooperation at the German Red Cross. Previously, Christoph held various positions within the German Red Cross and the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, not just in Germany, but also abroad. An economist by training, Christoph has also worked in public administration and served as senior advisor for disaster risk management to the State Council of the Chinese government in Beijing. I welcome Christoph, and thank you very much for hosting us today, Christoph. I will move on to Adelina Kamal. Adelina is the co-founder and steering committee member of the Southeast Asian Women Peace Mediators. Adelina has had strategic roles at the intersection of humanitarian action, conflict transformation, peace building, and regional leadership. She has been the executive director of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance, AHA Center, along with several other senior management positions at the ASEAN headquarters. And I have had the privilege of working with Adelina this past year. We are both members of an ODI NEAR advisory panel on the future of humanitarian action, and that's been a pleasure. Welcome, Adelina. And we have Arby with us. Arby is a humanitarian and development professional, and he's a founder of Aid Reimagined, which is a research and advocacy consultancy focused on aid, ethics, and justice. He has previously worked for humanitarian organizations across the spectrum, both international NGOs, the Red Cross, and UNICEF. Arby is currently a doctorate researcher at the London School of Economics, where he does refugee-focused political economy research. And I had the privilege to listen to Arby in numerous events and have been inspired by his thinking, so great to have you here on our panel today. We were actually supposed to have a fourth panelist. Michael Kortz could not make it today. He is from Global Support and Development Organization. It's a US-based humanitarian organization from California, and his organization works with philanthropies. So he engages very directly with the humanitarian system, but is not a part of it. So it would have been great to have his perspective on how things are evolving in the sector. Unfortunately, there were travel disruptions and he couldn't make it. But nevertheless, we have a smaller panel, but we will have more time to delve deeper, and we'll have a rich discussion nevertheless. Just before I hand over, perhaps briefly to set the frame. So we actually wanted to start with the positives of the humanitarian sector, because we can confidently say that the humanitarian system has in fact saved millions of lives. It has professionalized emergency response. It has created principles, standards, and a shared language of action. But we all know that the system is under immense pressure at the moment. But the question for us is not whether humanitarianism matters. We know it does, perhaps even more today than ever, as we are living through multiple and overlapping crises, conflicts that are more brutal, more protracted, and affecting civilians at an enormous scale. So what we will look at today is how the humanitarian system is going to evolve so that it better serves its purpose. And like I said, it's particularly important today because the world is also evolving, and the humanitarian system needs to evolve as well. We see that international cooperation is weakening, national interest is becoming more dominant, and we see fragmentation and more politicized aid and more polarity around the world like never before. So where does humanitarian action sit within this evolving, emerging world? This is what we are going to explore in our panels. And in terms of the structure of the conversation, we will have 2 rounds of questions for our panelists. One is what has the system achieved? So talking about the positive, where has it fallen short? And secondly, what needs to fundamentally be different, change for the humanitarian system to survive and to continue to add value to this new future that is unraveling? So I will start with you, Christophe, if I may. The Red Cross and Red Crescent movement has been at the heart of humanitarian action for over a century. From your perspective, having worked both within the movement and across different contexts, what are the achievements of the humanitarian system that we should be genuinely proud of? And where do you see its shortcomings from where you stand?
Okay, thank you very much, Sema, and good morning from my side. I think, Sema, you mentioned already the major achievement. I mean, humanitarian workers saved millions of lives. And humanitarian workers gave millions of people a minimum of dignity, gave millions of people a choice. And we often forget that in being very critical of ourselves. So I think over the past decades, humanitarian action grew normatively and practically quite substantially. But I would like to do a little detour and talk about the humanitarian system that has been mentioned already this morning a couple of times. I don't believe in that. The system suggests certain order, it suggests hierarchy, it suggests clarity, and you can find elements of that in particular hierarchy or power structure, but this doesn't do justice to the situations humanitarian workers and humanitarian organizations have to deal with. These are situations of chaos and sometimes despair. And I would like to go back, and it was mentioned already this morning in the opening dialogue, the World Humanitarian Summit 10 years ago in Istanbul, 2016. And at that time, the German Federal Foreign Office promoted what they called an ecosystem approach. And that was an approach that allowed for more diversity, for more flexibility. And the idea was that to have a system that is somewhat fluid, that is flexible, and that is adaptive, or in short, a system that is more resilient. I think, in fact, we do have a number of systems already. Systems that interact, that exchange, and that in the best moments or best situations complement each other. And I think complementing and complementarity is a very crucial word in the discussion we have. This is not the time to go into detail, but I would like to give 2 examples. One example was already mentioned this morning, again in the opening dialogue, the emergency response rooms in Sudan. Not part of the system as it is often presented. And the other one is really the variety and the scope of mutual aid initiatives in Ukraine. A very, very significant part of humanitarian assistance in Ukraine is provided through these mutual aid initiatives. Both do not necessarily fit in the humanitarian system, but they are pivotal for the survival of people in both contexts. So complementarity is something I would like to highlight. However, we are very bad by purpose or by ignorance in displaying these successes, and I think that is a weakness of all of us, that we usually are not very strong in showing our successes, but very strong in showing our weaknesses. So in many of the achievements, we often, or almost always, we project the image of a very monolithic structure. A structure that is designed for efficiency and very often neglecting effectiveness. And I think effectiveness is a very, very important thing in humanitarian action. In dealing with shocks, with chaos, with horror, we very often pretended to be a machine, a machinery, a well-functioning machinery, instead of being a living ecosystem. And I think we are much more of that ecosystem, that living thing, that fluid, flexible thing than we admit. In the teaser for our session here, reforms and achievements are mentioned in coordination, in accountability, in professional standards. And all these three are linked. I mean, you can't distinct coordination from accountability or professional standards. So just to name a few, because we are talking about achievements from the past decades. I mean, one is bit more than 1 decade, 32 years. It's the Code of Conduct for the International Red Cross Red Crescent Movement and NGOs in disaster relief. But then as well in the 90s, the Sphere Handbook. Then in the 2000s, the Core Humanitarian Standard on Quality and Accountability. Professional standards for protection work. And more recently, the Climate and Environment Charter for humanitarian organizations. I mean, there are more. But I think we often take them as granted, but in fact they were and are very groundbreaking achievements. You, Sema, you mentioned in the beginning, you did cash and voucher assistance or cash-based assistance probably in the 1990s already. But I mean, many of us will remember how much that was contested, how much this was criticized. By now, I mean, we have achieved quite a lot. And coming to an end, on a personal note, for me personally, the advances we have made in disaster risk reduction and in anticipatory humanitarian action are, this is very personal, are maybe the biggest achievement, because they have a lot to do, something with efficiency, but they have a lot to do with dignity, with putting people at the center. I mean, not waiting until something has happened, but really acting early. So, to be clear, I do not want to paint a rose-tinted and idealized picture, but to be honest, I'm a bit tired of our collective tendency to jump through every loop dangled in front of us. So, that maybe as a starter.
Lovely, thank you very much, Christoph. Yes, I do remember during the World Humanitarian Summit, the German government was very keen on an ecosystems approach to the humanitarian sector, as we were talking about improving effectiveness, efficiency, accountability of the system. So there are certain concepts I think we tend to discuss around some concepts which give us an idea of where the system is going or needs to go. So we'll be talking a bit more about that. On to you, Adelina. You bring a very important perspective that connects humanitarian action with diplomacy and regional cooperation. From your experience in Southeast Asia, the wider Asia Pacific and beyond, particularly in ASEAN and regional crisis governance, where has the humanitarian system succeeded in building meaningful partnerships with states and regional actors? And where do you still see tensions, especially between the regional mechanisms and the multilateral system as it currently stands?
Thank you very much, Sema, and good to be here. First time in the Humanitarian Congress, but not first time in Berlin. It was 20 years ago I was in Berlin, and I have seen, since yesterday, it has changed a lot. My name is Adelina Kamal again. I'm from Indonesia, born and bred Indonesia, and still work in the so-called Global South, Southeast Asia to be Pacific. I used to be a disaster manager As you know, probably Indonesia is one of those countries, together with the Philippines, considered as the 7-Eleven or supermarket of natural, in quotation mark, natural disasters. So I used to be a disaster manager and also humanitarian. But now I work in peace building, peace mediation. When I was listening this morning to the speech of Tamam as well as the discussion, I noticed that there was this one particular time in the history, in the system's history, in our humankind history, that was not mentioned. And that, I'm talking about the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. If you remember, the Indian Ocean tsunami, it struck Aceh, province of Indonesia, and North Sumatra. It also hit Thailand, Malaysia, Myanmar, as well as surrounding countries. And the waves actually also hit all the way to Africa. 8,000 kilometers from the epicenter. And it killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in less than 30 minutes. The wave reached up to 3 meters, the largest disaster in the past 100 years. And the biggest military operation other than war after the World War II. The UN Secretary General at that time, Kofi Annan, said that it was unprecedented. A global catastrophe for the UN is also the largest natural disaster the organization has had to respond after 60 years of existence. So that, I think, should be remembered, because that also not only a milestone for the UN and for the world, but also for ASEAN. Months before the Indian Ocean tsunami, I was tasked by the Secretary General of ASEAN at that time to draft a regional treaty known as the Disaster Management and Emergency Response Agreement. Of course, Philippines already suffered from landslide, Indonesia earthquake, but not as major as the Indian Ocean tsunami. And the tsunami hit. So for us, it was also a monumental moment for ASEAN, for the region, because it was also the first time when we had to reinvent ourselves and had to situate where we are in the system. I would say that ASEAN has never been at the periphery, because at that time also, while it was the largest emergency operation in the world, the UN and the international community would have not been able to work, at least in my country, if the government at that time didn't decide that they would welcome international assistance. And the government, the president at that time, decided that it would be open sky policy, meaning that you could come in. But what we witnessed afterwards was the second wave of tsunami, because there's waves of international assistance coming in. But it was because of the leadership of the government. We had a man that basically led the coordination, particularly in terms of recovery, that it was not too overwhelming. Well, it was overwhelming, but the government and the national and local government didn't become just the recipient. And I think it was important because for us, the way I see it now, and also in ASEAN, the question as well, I have a little bit problem with the question. It's as if that the system has given us something, as if that the system, not only the dominant, but also the one that is giving, oh, here we are, we come, yeah, with all the systems and the principles and the wisdom. You receive. That's a very colonial way. I'm not against the question, yeah, but that's a very colonial way of interpreting what the system is. Well, in my part of the region, the international system, at least now, has never been at the center of gravity. It was never the center of gravity. We talk about complementary, yes. So that's what I actually saw in 2004, 2005, after the Indian Ocean tsunami. Indonesia and Aceh would have never recovered in 4 years if it was not because of the international goodwill. That's true. But the role of the national government, the local civil society, and the international civil society also important, as important. But we have never been the center of gravity. It's not the question of or, it is a matter of and. So that's number one. Now, let's talk about complementarity. In the case of ASEAN, we have grown in the past 20 years or so from competition to coexistence to collaboration. So it is not always easy. There's a push and pull, yeah, and there's a constant negotiation. But I guess from a regional organization perspective, mind you, I'm no longer with ASEAN. Yeah, I'm no longer in position, but I can talk about it because I was in the system for 30 years, ASEAN system. But when we talk about complementarity, it requires the parties involved to have same or similar leverage. For a regional organization, we have 10 governments behind us and the dialogue partners. So when it comes to moving ASEAN and UN, or ASEAN and the international system, moving from competition to coexistence to collaboration, that was because we have people supporting us. Yeah, at the back. It is not only the executive director of AHA Center, right? Talking to the UN OCHA or the Secretary General of ASEAN talking to the UN Secretary General. No, there are actually 10 governments behind us. Now, you compare that to local actors. They don't have that leverage. So for us, I think that we are able to move toward collaboration from competition because we know how to play our part, but we also know our strengths and our comparative advantages. I would say if I were with a local NGO, probably it would be much harder for me to push toward that collaboration mechanism. Second, as I mentioned as well, I think it is also important to understand that, as I mentioned earlier, it requires both ends to push and to pull to shape the partnership. And it also depends on the other end to push that, no, you're not the weak guys, or you are not the receiving end. And to basically change the narratives and change the dominant. And I think when it comes to ASEAN, I guess also because of the direction of the government and also the way we work and also our history of colonization, we tend to push back. We tend to push back toward any form of Western dominance or colonization. Yeah, because we have our own history and narrative. And there, I think what happened to the story of ASEAN and UN working together in the past 20 or 30 years.
Great, thank you very much, Adelina. Indeed, Indonesia is a good example of how the government and its civil society has stepped up with disasters and has found ways of collaborating with the multilateral system with its various actors. So thank you for those notes. Arby, I turn to you. Your work takes a more critical lens on the system, especially around power, ethics, and justice. From that perspective, what are the achievements we should still hold on to and defend, and which parts of the system are simply no longer fit for purpose?
Thank you for that question, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm going to give you three things. So the first one that I think we should hold on to is that I like that our sector has set the standard for humanitarian assistance. We have reams and reams of pages of technical standards. We have elaborate systems around accountability and protection. But sometimes these technical standards manifest in unnecessary bureaucracy. And I'm also going to quote the anthropologist David Graeber that Tamam quoted earlier, what he calls, and pardon my French, bullshit jobs. And I think, what he means by bullshit jobs is not the menial jobs that are actually essential in society, like being a cleaner, for example. But what he means are the middle managers who do not add substantive value to what we're doing. And I think we need to ask ourselves, how much unnecessary bureaucracy and bullshit jobs are there in the sector? And I think it is a difficult conversation to have, especially amidst funding cuts and redundancies, but it is a necessary conversation. There are people in our sector who say, we should go back to the basics. I actually vehemently disagree with that notion, partly because a lot of Global South actors, people and communities themselves want more than the basics. They want the root causes of their problems to be tackled. But I understand this clamor for returning to the basics when we look at our system that is overly complex. The second thing that I like about our sector and I want to preserve is our ambition. We want to localize, we want to decolonize aid, and that's great. But we have these big, lofty ideals, but we can't get the small things right. I once worked with an international NGO who publicly professed, we want to decolonize, and then they can't pay my invoice on time. One thing that the sector is always doing that is small is that we keep on lying. I think earlier, in the speeches earlier, it was referenced that, the truth has been distorted. And we are also guilty of that. We lie in our marketing when we say, give £5 and you will lift this family up out of poverty. We lie in our reports when our projects fail and we somehow manage to reframe it as, it's a learning pilot. There was a big INGO that professed recently saying, we're not going to take any more money from the UN pooled funds. And then it was revealed last year that they've taken tens of millions of dollars from UN pooled funds. Change starts with the truth, and if we cannot be truthful and we cannot be honest with ourselves and we continue to lie, we cannot achieve change. And then the final thing that I think I want to preserve ultimately is international cooperation. I've said it elsewhere, but I believe that altruism is innately human. When people see other people suffering, we would want to help. But of course, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and sometimes our wanting to help doesn't always translate, and we do more harm than good. But there are forces within our society, especially far-right forces, who take advantage of this weakness and say, we shouldn't have international cooperation anymore. Let's just dismantle, these agencies. Let's dismantle USAID. Let's cut funding. Charity begins at home. And I disagree with that. What we need is a new narrative to fight back. What we need is a new political community that can come together and agree that international cooperation is an ideal, is something valuable, and is something worth fighting for. And how to do that is if we can create a political community where we can convince each other that our struggles are interconnected. It's not about charity or giving to the other, but it's about realizing that, for example, when a farmer in the Philippines gets hit by a disaster, that affects the food supply chain all over the world. When there is war in one place, it can spread to another, and it has implications on migration. So I think that's really important, to fight against these far right-wing forces, and to be able to build a political community where international cooperation is not about charity, it's not about foreign policy tool, but it's about our security and well-being connected with each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arby. It does resonate with me when you said that the humanitarian system has brought certain standards and principles, and me, coming from a national NGO, being a partner within the system has taught us a lot in terms of how we streamline some of the work we do, and it's provided us a guiding star of what we should strive for. But it does also bring a lot of bureaucracy, for sure. We've had international partners who've had compliance officers coming in who were like, "What, compliance officers?" Because there was so much compliance around the work we were doing. So there were times when we felt like there were redundant jobs, definitely within the sector. Great, thank you for that. Now, in terms of the second round for our discussion, so we did take stock of what has gone well and not so well, but where is this going? Where is it all going? And we said, as the world evolves, the humanitarian system, humanitarian action is also evolving. So let's talk a bit about that. It is evolving, we say, or it should evolve wherever you stand within that statement. We will see what that looks like. So, Adelina, I come back to you. You and I, we've been part of the ODI Near Advisory Panel, which recently put forward the idea, much to your credit, thanks for that, of a humanitarian system moving from ego systems to ecosystems. Could you unpack this for us? What does this shift mean, and what does it look like?
Thank you very much, Sema. So first of all, I don't think that the so-called dominant system is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They are good things, but it is to the point, to a certain point, it becomes too much of a good thing. Yeah? So there are good things, but there are also bad things. That's number one. Our advisory panel on the future of humanitarian action came up with a vision paper, and it is called Moving Away from the Ecosystem, ego, yeah, to ecosystems with plural, yeah. And this is not a new thing, right? The ecosystem, but we really elevate the word ego, because what has happened so far is a theater of people with egos, yeah, institution with egos, power, not only money, but also power. So moving away from ecosystem to ecosystem, that's the title of our vision paper. And that actually comes from our realization, our observation, and also our conviction that when it comes to humanitarianism, it is not only one form of humanitarianism. There are plural forms of humanitarianisms. Like in the case of my country, the strongest humanitarian legitimacy is rooted in the long-standing community systems. And we have one word, gotong royong, in Bahasa Indonesia. It means sharing the burden together and helping one another. And that notion of gotong royong even is older than the country itself, is older than Indonesia itself. And that we see gotong royong in COVID, in the recent flooding in Aceh. Not so much the dominant system, no. It is the gotong royong from the community. So there's always plural forms of humanitarianisms. We just don't realize it. Yeah. If you stand from Geneva or New York, you don't see that. Unless you go to the field, then you will see what actually is the dominant, yeah? The center of gravity, and the one that really provide aid to the community. The other thing that the other observation that we have, apart from plural forms of humanitarianism, is the realization, our analysis that what we are suffering right now is not only the legitimacy of funding crisis, but also legitimacy in terms of our moral principles, and and we decided to reintroduce the idea of justice and equity. If you want to change or we want to move away from ecosystem to ecosystem, then we have to put justice and equity as the North Star, or not North Star, as the guiding star, right? And put that into actions. So that basically the foundation of our vision paper, from ecosystem to ecosystems. That's it.
That's in a nutshell. Thank you very much, Adelina. Arby, building on that, if we take seriously the need for transformation, what would a more just and legitimate humanitarian system actually look like? What shift would need to be fundamentally made, in your opinion?
I think, first of all, we need to democratize the humanitarian system. We talk about humanitarian system, it's actually really more like the humanitarian empire. And I think when we're talking about localization and decolonization and shifting the power, ultimately, what we were trying to do is to democratize the humanitarian system. What do I mean by this? We have to democratize this at the top, in the middle, and at the bottom. At the top, look at how we select leaders. We've already allocated the leadership of certain UN agencies to certain nationalities. That's not democratic. In the middle, this is where the bulk of localization and shifting the power comes from, right? We all know that organizations are not led by the people and communities that they serve. There's a study by the Center for Global Development which looks at a sample of international NGOs, and they found that only 2% of these sampled NGOs have in their board people who are from refugee backgrounds or from people who are from communities impacted by crises. So that's wrong. But I think most importantly, but most neglectedly, we have to democratize from the bottom. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the people, the voting public, mostly in the global north, but also in the global south. People do not have any idea about aid or how aid works. I guarantee you that if you go out in the street today and ask someone, how much of the taxpayers' money do you think goes to aid? They will give a wildly inaccurate answer. And so no wonder people are skeptical about aid. People do not understand it. And so I think we need to bring along with us the people in the global north, but also in the global south. In the global south, there's a lot of disinformation and misinformation about aid. And so I think we need to bring them along to the journey and really give them the agency and empowerment in making decisions around aid. And just to give you an example, elsewhere I've written about, for example, citizens' assemblies around aid. Why aren't we doing that? I think really giving the people the say and the participation. We talk about participation in aid a lot, but our own publics do not get to participate in how we make decisions around aid. The second thing is, and I think we've heard this today already, is to restore the polyculture of humanitarianism. We've monocropped humanitarian assistance. We've become the McDonald's of humanitarian assistance. Most international NGOs look the same. They do the same things. And yet, we know that the solution to our problems cannot come from the humanitarian sector alone. With due respect to the OCHA representative earlier today who said that they have comparative advantage, I disagree. I mean, he's already professed the shortcomings of the UN. How can you say that you have comparative advantage in humanitarianism? There's so many more other entities beyond the formal humanitarian sector who can deliver aid better. And I'm talking about, we've discussed earlier, mutual aid groups and self-help groups, social movements, and yes, even markets, and sometimes the private sector, although that's a long debate that we can have later on. I'm going to give you one example. In the Philippines, one of the best humanitarian responders at the moment there is an organization called Angat Buhay. And Angat Buhay was established by a progressive politician, the former Vice President Leni Robredo. During elections, there was a lot of volunteers all over the country who wanted to volunteer to campaign for Leni Robredo. After the elections, Leni's team said, what do we do with this, these groups of people who have campaigned and given their time and energy to fight for our causes? They just didn't want them to fade away. So what they did was to help these groups turn from campaign volunteers to community-based organizations. They've given them resources and they've given them training. And now, because they're all over the country and they're embedded within communities, they're one of the fastest responders whenever disaster strikes. And this totally is outside of the humanitarian playbook. This is a political organization, right? And what's more is that these groups, they have political sensitivity. They are aware of the causes of their vulnerabilities that goes beyond short-term humanitarianism. For example, corruption. So I think this gives us a new way of thinking about who we can bring in our so-called humanitarian sector. And finally, a more just and legitimate aid system requires the people in it to be brave. And we often in the humanitarian sector, and I count myself in this, often we are cowards. We fear change and we fear uncertainty. And yet, the people who seek to dismantle the architecture of international cooperation, they're not afraid. They say, actually, screw it, I'm gonna dismantle USAID. Or actually, screw it, we're not gonna do that anymore. And yet, us, we're always afraid. And so we default to how things have been done. We default to preservation of our organizational mandates and our jobs. But if we really want to change, we have to be brave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arby, for those interesting comments. Christoph, coming to you. Large institutions like the Red Cross have shaped the system as we know it. How can these institutions evolve in a changing world while still protecting the humanitarian principles that define them?
I think for the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement to start looking a little bit inwards is, I think we had to really rediscover who we really are. And I mean, the way you talk about the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, it looks, again, like this very big international thing. But what the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement was by origin and still is something very, very local, something very, very decentralized. And maybe I'm using complementarity a bit too often, but I think that is one of the strengths. And I would like to refer to Arbi talking about international cooperation. I think that is super, super important. International cooperation and all what we see in the political sphere, all the pushes to dismantle international cooperation. I think international cooperation can happen or has to happen on many different levels. But I think it's very, very fundamental that it is rooted really with people, with communities, and that people have an understanding of that. And I think that is very much at the heart of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. We forgot about that because we saw Geneva Conventions, the International Committee of the Red Cross with a super relevant and important mandate, but we forgot for some time about all that is happening locally. And I think, I mean, I agree with Arbi saying if you walk on the streets and you ask people how much money is spent on humanitarian assistance, most people wouldn't know. But I think this may be a bit German specific. But if in Germany, I think what we are not using, I think most people in Germany have in their very daily life some exposure to organizations like Caritas, what is the Catholic Church, Diaconia, the Lutheran Church, Workers' Welfare, Arbeiterwohlfahrt, the Red Cross, in providing daily services, but being the very first responders in any emergency as well. And I think for Germany, we often missed and still miss the opportunity to say, and this is exactly what the colleagues in the Philippines, whatever organization it is, in Indonesia, wherever, are doing, that there is something very, very much in common. And I think there is this sense of solidarity amongst people. And I think talking about what we have to change, I think we have to strengthen the narrative really, and again, starting with my own organization or movement, to focus on that. Then I think we were far too often in the past ready to compensate for failures of other actors, of other political fields. I think the huge budget growth in the 2010s, at least in the humanitarian budgets in the north, in the traditional donor countries, was partly linked to the withdrawal of development actors from a lot of crisis situations. And as humanitarians, we were all too often, all too happy to pick on the money. And I mean, Abi, you said you very much disagree with the back to basics. And I think there's something in it, because back to basics, I would define as really focusing on what is humanitarian work, but at the same time, leaving it up to people on the ground to define what they need. The question is really, do we project that as core humanitarian work that has to be funded by, let's say, through the traditional system? And I think that is the conversation we have to have. But I honestly think we have done things we shouldn't have done, have taken money, too much money we shouldn't have taken. And then we compensated all too many times too easily for the lack of political action. And I mean, again, it was very much related to money. Okay, we don't find a political solution. There is no political will for that. Okay, another budget, and we all jumped on that. So that is, I think, the things we have to change. And at the very bottom is really, I think, humanitarian action. The international dimension is something relatively new. I mean, that is, you mentioned UN 80. I mean, it was existing before. There were elements of that with some NGOs, some Save the Children, Oxfams, others, with the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement. But, I mean, humanitarian assistance and humanitarian actions is much, much older than these structures. And I think that is something we have to put back at the center again and look into ways how we can do that. And this is, again, the emergency response rooms are a good example, the mutual aid initiatives in in Ukraine are a very good example. So that is the way forward from my perspective.
Great, thank you very much, Christoph, and to all our panelists. It's been a very, very rich discussion. Just quickly to reflect from my side, we did talk about some of the self-help culture and initiatives that are already in place in the various contexts. In Turkey, we also have a word, imece, we call it, which means communities helping each other at times of need. So it's interesting that we do have these cultures, ways of working, communities already being active, and they're not passive recipients, right, as the humanitarian system have seen them. So as we talk about moving away from this one dominant humanitarian system and tapping into what's already there. So again, linking to the ecosystems idea of multiple humanitarianisms, perhaps, as we say. And of course, this ties in very well with the democracy argument, Arbi, that you have brought up. It's a matter of governance. It's a matter of acknowledging where everyone stands and that they're there for us to acknowledge them and to make them a part of the greater movement, the development that we're all trying to put together. And in that sense, moving away from the monoculture metaphor, I also like that a lot because the dominant humanitarian system has actually told us for decades now that there's only one way of doing things, and we've really found ourselves very caught in that system. So as local and national organizations, we're also trying to see where we can challenge the way things have traditionally been done, and oftentimes we felt very stuck in the ways of working of the humanitarian system. And as Nadine said this morning, we didn't think we would be up here talking about these issues when I went into humanitarian work, but our roles have evolved as well. So we're not only service delivery agents, as we have traditionally been seen within the humanitarian system, but we actually have agency, and we talk about how policies need to look different, how practice needs to look different. So I think we've also stepped up as actors within the system. We weren't always visible, but we are now. So being brave, Arbi, thanks again for that. I really feel that for me personally, it's taken courage for me to talk about the shortcomings of the humanitarian system and how it needs to change and how we can create alternatives. We do talk a lot about alternatives now within the humanitarian system because the tools, the ways of working, the mechanisms we have is just simply insufficient to ensure that inclusiveness, that dynamic and more networked ecosystem that we want to see. So it has been all very inspiring. Thank you very much for that. Maybe just to conclude, I feel that the real discussion evolves around not how we fix what we have, but how we let new ones emerge. And as actors active within the system, all of us, if we don't change with it, are we going to be able to survive as we are? So for us also to look internally at where we stand and how our roles are also changing. So thank you to my panelists for the discussion. We have about 15 minutes left to our panel. So I would like to open it up for anyone who might have questions or comments to our panelists. Yes, please. Here in the front.
Thank you, first of all, for the panel. I have a question to Adelina. One thing which stuck with me from the morning was something Nadine said, and I think it's very true to say for local organizations, it's a bit like for women to get into jobs and prove them even more than those who have been there. And you have mentioned as well the dominant humanitarian setups we have. And I'm wondering, because you didn't talk so much about that you are part of Asian women peace mediators. So there is this word in it as well, right? So I'm wondering, how difficult is it as a group which has, representing women in an area who are already fighting to get as local groups in a system and then as women local groups in a dominant. And let's be honest, humanitarian aid from the Western world was, at least in starting, very male-dominated. Might be changing a little bit. We're not there yet. But I'm wondering how much is there a double struggle of a local organization and women, female-led, to be to getting space in this humanitarian.
Should I respond to that?
And the ecosystem, especially from the ecosystem. Yeah.
Shall I go now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks for really insightful comments from the panel. I was struck by Adelina's point about leverage. So I wanted to ask a question to the panel as we look ahead to the next 10 years or so, if you could comment on what you see as the influence of China on this conversation, because when Abi made this point around the narrative of international solidarity and seeing the need to collaborate to tackle problems, I think we have a competing narrative emerging of anti-interventionist, and I'm just wondering how the panel would consider China's influence on the conversation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes.
Hello, my name is Alyosha Meyer. I'm kind of like an early career disaster risk manager. What you spoke about on the panel regarding local organizations, so you mentioned the groups in Sudan, for example, really struck with me. And I think that's something we always see in disasters, that like the people on the ground are the first one responding, and they already know pretty well what's going on there. And even though we speak about participation a lot, I'm not even sure if participation is the right word, because the people on the ground, the communities, they don't participate in our response, but we maybe at least participate in their response. So I really often ask myself, how do we come to a sort of like mindset change to really empower the people and really center them? And I think, like, I did research on the earthquake in Turkey, and international and national actors likewise were super surprised that people from the communities actually did something. And I think that's a big problem, that we always act as surprised, because the people are very, very capable of helping themselves, and they need support in that.
Great, thank you very much. So we have 3 questions. Whoever wants to start, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the question. We were born out of a brilliant idea of a woman. So it's really the story of a woman helping or woman inspiring other women. So it was the only so far female foreign minister of Indonesia, the previous one of Indonesia, who came to conferences organized in the global north. And she saw that there's so many peace mediators, peace negotiators forming together, coming together to form a group. Why not from Southeast Asia? So her name is Retno Marsudi. She's now the UN Secretary General's envoy on water, but she was the foreign minister of Indonesia for 10 years. So she conceived us. We are a group of 8 women. Not all actually have experience in peace building. I myself, I'm a humanitarian. Happen to be the first woman heading the ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Center, so far the only. But I have other more prominent colleagues in my group. I have the first woman in the world that led the negotiation of the Bangsa Moro Agreement on behalf of the government, and the one that signed the peace agreement with the armed group, that is Moro. And then I have another colleague who used to be a political refugee because she had to flee to US, when the Aceh experienced conflict. She was the only woman supporting the political negotiation between the Free Aceh movement and the government of Indonesia. I have another colleague from Timor-Leste who used to be part of the resistance movement on the ground and now very prominent in terms of building the National Action Plan. I have another colleague from Malaysia who has been known for her work on refugees from Myanmar, who is now also in exile because she was part of, she is now part of the anti-junta movement. There are 8 of us. I cannot mention one by one right now. So the challenges, I guess, again, we have the privilege of experience. We come from, not necessarily coming from local organizations. Some of us actually have a local organizational background. But I guess it was because of the foreign minister of Indonesia back then that conceived us and basically got us together. And we become, I think it's not only a group that organize meetings, no. We actually are deeply involved in the conflict transformation in our region as well as beyond. So we're involved on the ground. I just left Timor-Leste 2 weeks ago, where I brought online a young person from Myanmar, talking to the youth from Timor-Leste, as my group is part of the the bottom-up reconciliation effort in Timor-Leste, complementing the government state-led reconciliation effort. But we also talk to governments, we talk to ambassadors, we talk to ministers. The way I say it, we should not define ourselves being local. Because right now, nowadays, nobody is local anymore. Everybody is global. We are exposed with, all this technology. So I think we need to break down that stereotype that we are local. No, I work on the ground, but I also talk to the Prime Minister and President of Timor-Leste and other, not to boost myself, but for us to effect change, we should be able to talk to anyone using our experience. So that's number one. Now, there was this issue about Sudan, right? You mentioned about Sudan. I would also mention about Myanmar. And you mentioned about how can we center the people, right? Recenter the people. No, they are doing it themselves. They're doing it themselves. Okay, 10 minutes. They're doing it themselves. I'm so much inspired by the young people of Myanmar. They are undergoing a revolution right now, not only against the junta, but against the patriarchal nature of the society. I mean, compared to the revolutions of the past, this one is strongest. It's a horizontal movement of movements when the young actually led the anti-junta demonstration. So they're claiming the spot themselves. We should help them, not because we want to help them, right? Not because we want to help them, as a giver. No, they have to be the one telling us how we help them. That's the way I see it. On China influence, the leverage. So I have some problem with complementarity. I think we have to understand what that means. In the past, in early 2000, when ASEAN and UN started working together more closely, my part always feel that when it comes to international system, not only UN, they can offer aggregate knowledge, principles and norms, and global experiences. Now, can we actually work on those 3 elements nowadays? No, because everybody has global experience already. I know the founder of Mercy Malaysia, Dr. Jamilah Mahmud, who actually, this is kind of like peculiar. It's a Global South NGO, but they actually went to Middle East first. They went out first. They become global, right? So they have global experience. Aggregate knowledge, we have aggregate knowledge, no? Because of technology coming to this kind of conference. Now the things that probably we can count on the international system are the principles and the norms, right? Because we have, the International Court of Justice, ICC, everything, the humanitarian principles and all that. But see what we are now. Look at where we are now. Those norms and principles are falling apart. So I think we need to redefine this, what complementarity means, between local, national, and global. Perhaps it has to be different. Perhaps it is not complementarity, but, it's the other word. I don't know how it feels. But I think we should, first of all, break down the stereotype of local only working at the local level. No. And I'm the one that will say, no, I'm local, I'm national, well, I'm local, I'm regional, but I also work at the global level, and vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adelina, anyone else would like to have the word? Maybe on the Sudan case with the emergency response rooms and participation, that distinction between community-led, locally led, and participation. Perhaps that would be interesting.
Sure, yeah. No, thanks so much for the questions. Yeah, in terms of what you said, this is why somebody said, there's no need to kind of like localize because the locals are already doing the work. So actually what needs to localize is the international sector. And I think there's kind of like two kinds of localization from my perspective. It's localizing the sector in the sense that you're transforming the branches of international NGOs as local organizations, but still the decision-making comes from the top. Or you're actually genuinely supporting local solutions, whether it comes from NGOs, community groups, volunteer groups, social movements, etc. And so I think we need to be clear about that localization means genuinely supporting local solutions, not just localizing the sector. And like just very briefly on China, I think 4 reactions to it. Number one is that this narrative that China somehow is this other counterforce. Yes, there's some truth to it, but also that narrative is coming from a certain place, i.e. from the West. And so I think there are interests around this narrative that they're supposed to be this other nefarious kind of like entity that we should be wary of. I think the second is, the falling apart of the rules-based order. And now China's stepping into the vacuum. I don't know if people have seen Mark Carney speak at the World Economic Forum about how the rules-based order, the pretense of it, has disappeared. And that's a lot of what the Global South people have been saying for years. And now suddenly he's saying it. Oh, it must be true. And I think, China is not a monolith. It's composed of very different, a very big bureaucracy with different interests as well. So I think we should also be wary about that narrative that there is this singular interest from China. And last point is that China has influence because a lot of countries do not have economic and political sovereignty. And I think about my country, for example, Philippines, where we are in conflict with China over certain things, and we need assistance from other countries because we do not have political economic sovereignty. And this speaks to the point of the solutions go beyond the humanitarian sector. The solution is political, is long-term, and it is about, in many ways, the sovereignty of these countries.
Thank you very much, Arby. And Christoph, maybe on China?
Yeah, me talking on China is a bit with a bias, but what I think is, and I would agree with what Arby said, I think what is important to realize, I think time plays a different role for Chinese politics, and I think we see already a lot of Chinese initiatives happening, and I think what's very often done is that certain things are tried, then are evaluated, and I think there will be a point in time when we will see Chinese engagement very big. What form it will take, I don't know, but I think it's a lot of testing and evaluating at the moment. I think what is very important is it's not at all, although it appears sometimes so monolithic. I mean, there's a lot of different powers and inside the country. But I would like to complement one thing on local. And coming back to the Sudan question in a way, I mean, we in German Red Cross, we often in the past said, so we respond to a drought in wherever. And I think we have really changed that in a sense by saying the Colombian Red Cross is responding to, and we are doing this and that to facilitate that response and so on and so forth. And I think that is, you can say it's only language, but I think it's going far beyond language. It's going far beyond external communication. It is something about really the way we think, and the way we try to work is that we say and let's stick with Colombia, and that case now could apply for Sudan as well. So it's the Colombian Red Cross with a certain mandate, with an assigned role in country, and our role as German Red Cross is to support the colleagues there on the ground, to feed into their plan, a strategic plan, an operational plan, and not come up with our own programs. They know, and I mean, they are on the ground, and it's exactly like in Sudan, it's like in the Philippines, people are responding, and we don't have to tell them do something now. And to close with, when US aid was dismantled last year, I heard a couple of times, and I tried to be very positive and talk a lot about achievements, but what I found really, really not only disturbing, but very frustrating. USAID was dismantled, and I heard from many organizations saying, okay, now, within 1 month, our local partner that we've worked with for 20 years, 30 years, will cease to exist. What kind of partnership has this been? If someone in Washington pulls a plug, an organization that has worked in any country stops just because the middleman, and I think here the middleman is really the right word, didn't do what they should have done for decades and really invest in structure. So I think what is very, very crucial is to not see people on the ground as implementers, but they are there and they have a mandate, they have a role to play, and what we should do first and foremost is to enable them, and that includes always investing into structures and allowing them to be sustainable to a certain extent.
Great, thank you very much, Christoph. So it is about building our resilience as the local, global community, for sure. I would like to thank our panelists for this great discussion, and I hope you have been inspired by this panel and some of the ideas put forth. So thank you very much for being in here.
Hello, good afternoon. A warm welcome to everybody on this sunny afternoon in Berlin to the Humanitarian Congress and to this session that we're dedicating to sexual and reproductive health in emergency. Not an option. It shouldn't be an option. It should always be there, and it should be there within 24 hours, because women don't stop getting pregnant and they don't stop giving birth because there's conflict or crisis or displacement. So they have to deal with the emergency on top of their own difficulties as a woman, as a birthing mother, as a worried mother. I'll wait for everybody to settle so I can quickly introduce our lovely panelists. I give you a heads up. This is a purely medical panel. Very nice. So let me start from out there. We have Maura Daly, I'm saying it wrong, who's a midwife, who's the SRH specialist in MSF based in Amsterdam, operational center in Holland. And then I have to look at my paper because the last names are always a little difficult. We have Nelly Munyasia, I'm saying it correctly, who is the Executive Director of Reproductive Health Network in Kenya, who's also a midwife and a nurse. And then we have Dr. Mpoi, Mike, whom I know for quite a while already, who works with IPASS and is the Director of Quality Assurance. We've crossed paths on working on safe abortion care and related value clarification and qualitative work. So this is the panel. My name is Katrien Schulte-Hillen. I'm an ex-MSF, and at the moment, oops, I'm so sorry. Terrible moderator. And we have our distinguished panelist from the European Commission, Annick Villarosa. Annick, can you hear us?
Yes, absolutely. Good afternoon. And I am not a doctor, neither a midwife.
You are absolutely right. So the in-person panel is medical and the online panel is not medical. So yeah, I kind of overlooked that. Please make sure that you know that you have access to the session on live stream via YouTube. And if you look at the Zoom, you have different captions or captions in different language for translation, if you need it, if you're online. I don't know if there's anything else I forgot that I need to do with introduction. I'm looking at Stephanie. So maybe we can kick right into our session. And before I give the floor to our distinguished panel, always trying not to turn the back on you, I'm really sorry. I don't know if this works better. I wanted to take very few minutes to set the stage, because we're in a situation in the world where there's an assault on women's rights and women's health. But looking at it from the medical side, we do have some data that I think we need to keep in mind. So I'm going to give you 4 visuals, which I can't put on a slide because that didn't work technically, but you can find the reference documents. There is a document which is collaboration, World Bank, UN, everybody in there, which is called Maternal Mortality Trends Reports. It's done regularly. The last one is 2000 to 2003. That trends report actually gives us a positive note. It says that in the last 24 years, so from the one from the trends report that went all the way to 2000, there has been a 40% reduction in maternal mortality globally, which is very positive. I think we have to acknowledge that there's been some huge progress that's been made. Now, if we look at that, we are still very far from the goals that the international community set itself through the strategic development goal, through the sustainable development goals. The Sustainable Development Goals look at national level mortality being under 70 women dying per 100,000 live births. And what we saw in 2024 at the World Health Assembly was the estimation that 4 out of 5 countries in this world will not be able to reach that target at their national level. So we are lagging behind. Maybe we're over-ambitious, or maybe we didn't invest enough. That's to be, evaluated over time. There's a third piece that I think is interesting, which is a study that UNFPA did regarding what is called minimum initial service package readiness assessment. So do country stakeholders feel that they're adequately prepared in order to be able to implement minimum action for SRH in emergencies at the onset of a crisis? And within that assessment that comes from 77 country assessments, we did a cross-regional analysis, nearly half of the countries considered that they were not sufficiently prepared to brace an emergency, and that they were actually already struggling to implement minimum initial service package, which is response to rape, clinical response to rape, providing contraceptives, ensuring skilled birth attendance in emergency obstetrics, and fighting HIV and treating STIs. That they were, even in stable settings, not in a position to do that full package. And then the last piece, I draw your attention to a very recently published report from the WHO, which extracted out of the first set of data that I told you, data on maternal mortality in conflict and fragile settings. And the report says that in conflict-related settings, and the conflict-related relies on the World Bank definition and goes back to 19 countries in 2023. In these 19 contexts where the population's conflict affected, maternal mortality is fivefold higher when we compare it to contexts where there's no conflict. So I want you to keep this data in mind as we kick off and look into the situation of SRH. No option should be provided in emergency response. And I'm turning to, shuffling with my papers, sorry about that one, turning to our panel to get their inputs, because we're going to have 3 rounds of questions where our panelists will, and I'm not doing this very well. Sorry about that. Maybe I'm all the way through. Maura, we're starting with you. Maura, what are some of the humanitarian settings, contexts where currently SRH needs remain high, and what are some of the dynamics that you're observing?
I think that the answer to that question is SRH needs are high in every humanitarian setting, and I could wax poetically about that for a while. But I thought I'd focus on one, which is quite familiar to the people in this room, but I think less familiar to people outside this room because it's been fairly invisible within the media, and that's Sudan. We, as probably has been mentioned in the past sessions today, we've just marked the 3-year I don't want to call it anniversary, but moment where the conflict in Sudan rages on, and the world doesn't notice. I think that the most recent figures I saw was 14 million people displaced, 3 million of those which are in Darfur, and proportionally, we know from every crisis, right, that we would expect that that's 50% are going to be women and girls. Our experience as MSF is when we look in our IDP camps and in our refugee camps that it's actually much higher. We're seeing quite a bit of women in those contexts. And we know that in Sudan, the maternal mortality ratio that Katrin just mentioned was already super high. Right? This was already a setting where maternal mortality was an emergency. And I do want us to think about that, what Katrin just said, that the emergency is maternal mortality. And this is, the canary in the coal mine. When we see high amounts of maternal death, we understand that there's great population suffering. So if we see women dying from pregnancy-related complications, we understand that in general, their children are suffering, their communities are suffering. And our experience in Sudan, and in particular I'd like to highlight Darfur, is there's no access to basic emergency obstetric care. There's limited access to contraceptive care. There's very limited access to safe abortion care. About 70% of the facilities in Darfur are barely functional. So that means a population that had access to cesarean section and pretty high cesarean section rate before now does not have it. There's not access to blood transfusion. There's no healthcare providers in those facilities. And so these absent staff, these absent supplies, these absent services results in what we know to be increases in maternal mortality. It also results in increases in other aspects of SRH crisis. In Darfur, we're seeing a quarter or more of the pregnant and breastfeeding population have malnutrition. And I also want you to think of this as a bit of a kind of a sentinel indicator, right? When women who are breastfeeding and are pregnant are malnourished, it certainly means that their children are malnourished because kids eat first, right? Women eat last. And so that pushes people into all sorts of precarious situations, whether it be survival sex, vulnerability to sexual violence, as well as all of the health-related consequences that we see with poor nutrition. And so I just want to point out that in Sudan, I really think that we need to think about women's bodies being the battlegrounds, right? This is being fought on women's bodies because we're seeing their deaths, we're seeing their children's deaths. We're also seeing enormous amounts of sexual violence. We recently published a report of 3,000 cases of sexual violence in Darfur in a short amount of time. And where there is sexual violence, right, there is other poor SRH outcomes. So I also want to point out that the response is not meeting the needs. The actors are not there. So I already said that the staff isn't there, but the actors aren't there, and that's due to the insecurity, limited access, et cetera. But those that are there, how are they ever going to scale up their response? And so, I think that in this era of erasure of gender, how are we going to respond to a crisis like this, a maternal mortality crisis, an SRH crisis, when we can't mention women?
Thank you so much, Maura. And you spoke about the other actors and who can't respond. Let me turn to Mike. IPAS is an organization that is specialized in SRH. MSF does health in general, and IPAS is specialized in SRH. Tell us some of the challenges from that point of view as an organization that is specifically working on SRH-related issues. How do you see the situation? What do you see as the biggest challenges and barriers in carrying out your work?
Thank you, Kati. And thanks, everyone, for being here. And thanks to organizers for inviting IPAS to be part of this conversation. I have a lot of, acknowledgement for people in this room who are engaged in humanitarian response across the world, doing that work day and night to make sure that women and girls have partners, support that they need to, have their suffering alleviated, but also save lives of these people and restore dignity. So as an organization that is working on SRHR and particularly in humanitarian setting, I would say IPAS has a model that we call sustainable abortion ecosystem, where we have break down our intervention in 8 main components, where we have political engagement and leadership, we have community and social norms and community engagement, we have health workers access to service, commodities, finance. And at every level of those components, we have different kind of challenges. And the main challenge first is even to position access to SRHR in a humanitarian setting, in a humanitarian response. it's a big challenge. I remember when we were starting our intervention in Goma, in refugee camps, when we opened our mobile clinic and started providing services, even some colleagues of humanitarian community came and told us, you can't do this here. You know, it's not possible. You can't provide abortion here. We had to go through value clarification with some of them to get to the point where they could understand that this is still a need, a crucial need for women. Some would come in this refugee camp, the first place they will go is to the health facility where they will talk to a provider about what happened to them on their walk to get to the refugee camp. Some were assaulted, some were raped on their way. Their first priority is that. And if they get there and they are pregnant and they want abortion, what are you going to do? Are you going to turn them away? And so I think it's going beyond what is already considered as barriers, but it's like us as humanitarian community, we need to integrate that. It's not our priorities, it is women's priority that we are serving. It's their suffering that we are elevating. So the second thing I would mention here about challenges, it is the quality of care itself in a humanitarian setting, where we are intervening in a place providers have fled the war, communities, all the structures supporting life and community are disrupted, the supply chain is totally inexistent. So we have to create new pathways to get commodities, to get services to women, and even getting to the point where we just invest in community themselves to develop capacity to sustain access to service. So when we don't have policies that can be applied for quality of care, data on healthcare is not available because everybody's moving in all directions. So it's become challenging to document and show the impact of work that we are doing. So I can go on, but yeah.
Thank you so much, Mike. And thank you for opening a little bit the door on what we are actually looking at when we look at quality, going from attitude from healthcare providers, like you said, the VCAT, to not having data, to not having the adequate supplies. Thank you. Nelly, may I turn to you and have, can you tell us a little bit about your observations regarding different groups? How do you see different groups being affected by the new policies, by the extreme funding cuts in the organization that you work with and in your context?
Thank you so much, and I'm really grateful to attend this convening for the first time. I work for a national organization that is really bold when it comes to advocating for the rights of women and girls and the LGBTQI community. I come from Kenya, working for Reproductive Health Network Kenya, which is a member association of IPPF. And when we think about some of the things I'm talking about, the law is a bit restrictive when it comes to access to safe abortion. Law is very restrictive, and we've worked together with other organizations to just make sure that women and girls can access these services. When we talk about LGBTQI community, something that is considered not African, and so their rights over time are violated. And so just going back to your question, because these are the groups that are affected with the global, global policy change shifts that then affect not only funding, but way in which policies are developed in Kenya, and not only in Kenya, but in sub-Saharan Africa. So abortion healthcare providers, and I'll just pick up from where my colleague Mike left, and because IPAS and RHNK almost do similar work, it's just that RHNK then is a national organization working very closely with organizations such as IPAS in Kenya. Abortion healthcare providers over the years have been targeted by the anti-rights groups, and so when we have pronunciations that are made globally and rights are considered immoral or they're not prioritized, then we have what we are currently currently seeing is surveillance being carried on providers that provide these services. And they primarily continue to be one of the target groups. Then number two, of course, the LGBTQI communities. We know what goes on, we know what happens. And so this is considered immoral, but also un-African. And while in the laws that we enjoy in Kenya, for example, our constitution is very clear in terms of everyone has a right to access health, but also a right to live because you're considered a human in our country. Then adolescent and youths in their adversities, and I would say this because there's the whole conversation around access to contraceptives, and we saw this is a lot of times, again, because of those policies that are made globally that then do not allow adolescents to access, for example, contraceptives, and they're being asked to abstain. Then civil society organizations working on justice and gender issues. Right now, we know very well that because of the government-to-government MOUs, the civil society organizations that work on rights are not being allowed to have conversations with government. They've been elbowed, and for the longest time, they have been supporting government with ensuring that we are reducing maternal mortalities, but also ensuring that health system is strengthened to ensure that there's quality of care being provided. And so this contributes to compromised safety and security for all those people that I've mentioned, from healthcare providers to adolescent and civil society. And then the whole issue on digital and community surveillance, I think I've also mentioned about that. We continue to see providers being harassed and arrested in the communities, those that provide services. Our providers are arrested, interestingly, I keep on saying this, on Fridays, and that is because they know there'll be no lawyer to go and, free them over the weekend. And finally, those ones the women and girls that seek for abortion services, the LGBTQI community that want to access services, they'll either be harassed, arrested, or a lot of times they experience a lot of homophobia. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nelly. And I'd like to turn to Anik and get your input on what is the European Commission's efforts to support reproductive health as part of humanitarian response, and how is it integrated into the European or in the DG ECHO health policy? Over to you, Anik.
Yes, thank you very much. First, I would like to apologize for not being present there in the room with you. I hope you can hear me well.
We hear you, and you're on full screen, so you're actually very present.
Very well. So we've heard it from the other panelists. During a humanitarian crisis, the risks for childbirth complications, maternal and neonatal mortality, and also sexual and gender-based violence increase. And at the same time, access to family planning, of course, where they exist, and contraception is often severely disrupted. And this is why sexual and reproductive health is a key priority for the European Commission, and an integral part of its health policy in emergency settings. And actually you might have seen it, we have updated recently our health policy last year, mainly to take into consideration some horizontal issues, such as the management of medical waste, but also the stockpiling and disaster preparedness, which in many cases is absolutely crucial to plan for in advance. And we encourage in this policy also the use of the minimal initial service package guidelines that we've mentioned, and the provision of a comprehensive SRH service that covers the full continuum of care, so from family planning to postnatal care and response to sexual violence. SRH is also very important and essential component to any primary healthcare package. And to give you a concrete example, in Mali, in Gao district, we support MDM Belgium in responding to the ongoing nutrition and health crisis by providing free quality healthcare services to the IDPs and the vulnerable host communities. And this includes an integrated SRH support and GBV response, and even in difficult to reach areas, as they are using mobile health teams. We also prioritize an integrated approach between health and protection services, not only for the response to GBV, but also referrals to mental health and psychosocial support services, case management, and legal assistance to survivors. Another example that I could give in this regard is the project that is led by World Vision Nordic at the Venezuelan border in Colombia, and that provides comprehensive survivor-centered protection and health services for people affected by conflict and natural disasters. And maybe a last word, if I may. You will be aware that the European Commission, and more specifically my Directorate General, DG ECHO, has an extensive network of experts in the field, and we're talking here medical doctors, but also protection and gender specialists. And for us, their knowledge of the local context is extremely valuable because it ensures that the most critical needs are reflected properly in the Commission's humanitarian implementation plans that we publish every year, and that ultimately the people affected by these crises can continue to access life-saving support, including SRH services, even in the most difficult settings. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Anik, and definitely want to echo, that's a little bit of a spun, what you said, and congratulate you, because I think all of those who are in the field appreciate the ECHO people for their technical insights and for their dedication as particularly interesting interlocutors in the field, very clearly. Let's look a little bit in our next round into legal aspects, into innovation. I started off by saying we're living in times where there's assault on women's rights and women's health. So rights are actually out there and they're of huge concern. However, in humanitarian circles, when we talk about SRH, we're kind of very fickle in our attitude, using rights as an argument. Nelly, can you tell us what you would advise to humanitarian colleagues when they shy away from using arguments about rights?
Thank you so much, and probably we all can just read, if you may, you know, like the tagline for this session. That would be my first advice to the humanitarian folks. It is not an option, it is a must that we must talk about SRH, we must talk about rights. Because when we censor it in the work that we do, then we are allowing the anti-rights, we are allowing the anti-gender, then it doesn't make our work easier. That will be my first advice. We have to take that bold step in ensuring that rights is part of what we talk about when we provide care. I know when we are providing the care and we are responding, it looks more like charity. But don't you think about the beneficiaries? Who gives them the agency? We have just heard about GBV cases, survivor-centered care. Who gives them the agency? Who is able to help them understand that they have a right to speak up and ask for what they need? And so, as I think about the humanitarian work that is done by some of the leading organizations, and RHNK, IPPF, a lot of times we will be responding to the crisis that happens, for example, the floods, when there's hunger, and we might not be privileged to be working in spaces where MSF and the rest work. But we have been intentional that we will not respond with food because we are a health organization. We are cognizant of the fact that when a crisis happens, it's the woman, is the vulnerable, the marginalized communities that will be affected. So when we think about our intervention, number one is ensuring that commodities are available, SRHR commodities are available. Abortion care is top on the list because we are going to get survivors of gender-based violence. They are cases of rape, and therefore those services have to be on top of the list, and we can't whisper them. We have to defend themselves. And so how do we frame the right? we have to shift from it being a basic right to a human right, because it's enshrined in the Constitution and in all the laws that we enjoy, right from global to regional to national. Then allowing the survivors to be also, to participate and allow them the agency so that they're able to also speak up in case, because we know that in some of these places where we have, for example, refugees, there's so much that go on there. There's a lot. So if we are able to include them in the routine work that we do, then we are giving them the agency and they'll be able to speak up. I also understand, of course, as humanitarian agencies, we want to be neutral. We don't want to be seen like we are stepping on countries' laws that we are working in. But I think we can integrate rights in the work that we do right from the beginning. And this includes training of the healthcare providers. How do we value clarify them? And when we talk about value clarification, it's not only on abortion, it includes rights, them looking at right as it should be. Changing their values. Of course, some of the healthcare providers that we engage in the humanitarian setup are from those communities. How do we help them appreciate that in times of humanitarian response, they need to separate their own individual values with their values as healthcare providers? Then, the issue of intersecting SRHR in our day-to-day work, I think I've talked about that. So regardless of the services that we are providing or our nature of response, let's be intentional in ensuring that SRHR is part of the whole continuum of care that we are providing. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nelly. Thank you. That was a very comprehensive overview. Thank you so much. Anik, we're going back to you and would like your insight into how you would describe that international humanitarian laws violation contributes to making access to reproductive health services difficult, creating barriers, additional barriers.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. We will not. We will all agree that attacks on healthcare have reached actually record levels. In 2025, I've been told that we were close to 2,000 healthcare workers and patients killed. So that's more than the double of the number in 2024, and we can easily imagine that 2026 is not going to be a much better year in this regard. We are very much concerned by this widespread misuse also of medical centers to even conduct military operations, despite the protections that are granted to them under the international humanitarian law. And this, of course, affects the safety and the security of medical workers, the facilities. It deprives people of essential care, while damaging already much fragile health systems in many cases. It also often increases the cost of humanitarian actions, making the delivery of care both dangerous and very expensive. And we know that in the current context of budget cuts in the humanitarian sector, this is certainly not good at all. And so there is thus a clear and direct link between violations of IHL and access to reproductive health services. And promoting IHL has been a key policy priority for us, for the European Commission, for many years. We are committed to use all the available tools to support it, from gathering evidence through monitoring, collecting data on attacks on healthcare and other violations of IHL, to advocating for compliance with IHL both publicly but also behind closed doors, and often with the help of our humanitarian partners. And since 2023, we have been funding a specific initiative that is called Protect Aid Workers. And it's an innovative mechanism that supports humanitarian staff who have faced critical incidents, threats, or legal challenges arising from their very work and role. And in this regard, humanitarian diplomacy emerges as an essential tool to protect civilians and aid workers. And because often humanitarian problems cannot be solved by humanitarians alone. It requires concerted diplomatic and sometimes political support. And that is why next month in May, we are planning to adopt a communication on humanitarian aid. You might have heard about it. There was a broad consultation on it, and it will be accompanied by a staff working document to boost the EU humanitarian diplomacy, as we reckon that we need to adapt our approach to both the complexities of international relations and the local power dynamics. So we also look forward in this context to working together with our EU member states and to build strong common messages to support IHL and the protection of healthcare. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Annick. You underlined in your explanations the weight of evidence, pulling evidence together, pulling together what we know. I'm turning to Mike. DRC, a country that's as big as half of Europe. I mean, it's huge. There's so many pieces of DRC. The needs are absolutely overwhelming and the means are limited. What can you share with us? How can we make sure that the evidence, the experience, what we gather, what we see, what we learn when we work in these contexts, it's disseminated and helps us to make SRH responses stronger and more adapted?
Thank you so much. I think evidence is the foundation of the work that we're doing, because if we don't document, we don't have it, we can't sustain advocacy, we can't inform our programming to kind of be adapted to what communities are willing to have. So I think it's the foundation on which we build. It informs programming when we trying to support supply chain, for example. We need to know how many people would have access to these commodities and all of that. We need data. When we are supporting health facilities, we need data about what kind of services they are providing, what is the number of their caseload on the daily basis and all of that. So I think data is important, but also when we are advocating for policy change, we use data. For example, in the eastern part of the DRC, we have noticed that mortality related to abortion, unsafe abortion, was around 30 to 40% of population in the camp, like women in the camp. And that created like engagement from the local government, even like the rebel group that were controlling the region, to act and say, you know, IPAS, can you do something to help on this? And we supported them to handle that. So I think when we have data, we have a better way of speaking, and we use qualitative data, but also quantitative data to give the narrative to the different evidence that we have. Data inform policy application, because even lawyers, magistrates, and all of these people, when you present data on the reality in the field, they always, like, they spark with engagement and say, we got better do something. So I think in communicating data, we always target our audiences. Either it's a donor who's targeted by evidence, because we can't speak to them and get the engagement if we don't have evidence. And that evidence communicated through interventions, translated into interventions, capture their attention. But also communities that are going through the crisis, they need to know what exactly is happening. Because they are usually the first to say, we don't want abortion here, we don't want family planning. But if they know that if we don't provide abortion care, if we don't provide family planning, these are the numbers, the consequences that their people, their community would undergo, then they will take action and say, we need to do something. So I think data is kind of the cornerstone of the work that we're doing. Better we document it, better we sustain our intervention and prepare ourselves for future crises.
Thank you so much, Mike. Evidence as the strongest tool to dispel myths, and myths in the area of SRH are very multiple and very strong. I turn to Maura. Despite setbacks that we've seen, there have also been successes in doing things differently, in innovating to making SRH more accessible and to increasing patient participation and patient-centered care. Can you give us some examples and some insights?
Yeah, I think that when we think about innovation, we often think about bright and shiny objects, right? What's the newest thing? And I'll give credit there, right? There is new and shiny things that I think are helping us from a technological perspective. But I also think that innovation can be a lot more grassroots and a lot more basic. For me, I think that an innovation that I've seen that's been really promising is about listening to our patients and meeting them where they are. Radical, right? But I think that medicine is steeped in paternalism. Doctor knows best, right? We've all heard that phrase for good reason. And so it's very hard to break away from that. And I think that there were a few key ingredients that helped us to kind of start to release ourselves from the idea of who could deliver SRH care where and under what circumstances. One was COVID-19. Another is maybe a little bit of a bright spot is as rights are being aggressively attacked, I think this calls for innovation, right? It calls for the pressure, creates alternative pathways. And when we look at COVID-19, I think that we saw it wasn't by choice of governments to say, hey, let's start supporting self-managed abortion. Let's start supporting a different delivery. It was by circumstance, right? But nonetheless, we took those wins, right? And I think we credit COVID-19 and like looking, for example, the NHS at shifting towards self-managed abortion. But I think we should take a few steps back before that and look at the people who did the groundwork on self-managed abortion. And that is local grassroots organizations, feminist activists, women finding a way to have abortions and preferably safe ones, right? And so I think that an innovation that I think that we should lean more into, we talk about patient-centeredness a lot, but I think what it's about is about radical trust, right? And not our patients radically trusting us, it's about us radically trusting our patients, meeting them where they are rather than expecting us to meet us where we are. And so I think that the innovation, it's about listening, right? It's about connecting with those groups that are doing the work, that are making access possible. We can look at South America and some of the incredible work that's been done there. And I think when we lean into this kind of doom cloud that we see ahead of us, I think it's quite hard to be positive, but I think that this is a positive note, that we should be listening more to those people who have led those innovations. And we're seeing it a little bit now, for example, in community-based contraceptive care, right? Advanced distribution of misoprostol for postpartum hemorrhage. But this is coming from this idea of who is allowed to provide the care? And can it be women themselves? Can it be community members? And the answer is yes, and especially now it's yes. So, Mike was talking about data, and data is super important, but I think another part about it is we focus a lot on outcome indicators. And this is a bit about the process. Who are we listening to under what circumstances, and who is telling us what is successful? Is it we that is defining success, or is it our patients? Is it women? So yeah, for me, that innovation, it's right on the ground.
Thank you so much, Maura, and that brings the whole localization agenda into our focus, and how do we interact with actors that have been around for a long time with very little means, and that have done a lot with very little. A lot and a little brings us to our next round, and which kind of gets us to one of the issues on everybody's mind, the impact of funding restrictions. And we're not going to zoom into US funding resistance, but obviously the policy is out there, the famous policy with a fabulous name, promoting human flourishing through foreign assistance. And Anik, you have the luxury of responding to this one in light of those restrictions that we're seeing, and there's just no other way but to acknowledge that the US has been, for humanitarian aid, an absolutely overwhelming donor, and pulling that plug in general is a disaster, and for SRH even more. Tell us a little bit about what is going on in the European Commission, the discussions, and in how far and in what way might the European Commission and DG ECHO step up some efforts.
Yeah, right. So it's true that the dramatic cuts in humanitarian aid it's definitely having a particularly devastating impact on sexual and reproductive health, on gender issues in general, and it's making it one of the areas that is most impacted at the moment. And the consequences are not abstract. We're talking millions of women who will stand to lose access to contraception, while maternal mortality, and you mentioned it at the beginning, after decades of decline, it could actually rise again. So the risk is really there. Of course, the EU alone cannot fill the gap. It's not that suddenly we will be able to find the budget to replace such a big actor that the US was in this regard. But however, we will continue to stand as a reliable and predictable and principled donor with what we have. Our budget hasn't changed. It's still the same, and it remains the same across the years. Of course, the next multi-year financial framework might give us more, but this will be for next year to know if this is happening, and hopefully this will be the case. And we will continue, and we've said it in all areas, at all levels, we'll continue to uphold our strong support to sexual and reproductive health and against gender-based violence. Last year, to give you an idea of what it means in terms of budget, we allocated 114 million for reproductive, maternal, and newborn health and GBV response alone. That was about 37 million more than the previous year. And this year, you might have heard Commissioner Labib announcing a SHIELD initiative. So SHIELD, it stands for Sexual and Reproductive Health in Emergencies and Life in Dignity. And it's a new program that we will put together this year of 10 million that will support through UNFPA the supply chain pipeline of interagency reproductive health kits, as well as the pool of GBV, SRH logistic experts that they are able to deploy rapidly in different contexts. So definitely the EU fully supports UNFPA specific mandate, all the actors that are active in areas where other donors might actually feel like disengaging from, and we will continue prioritizing protection interventions against GBV minority discriminations and promoting the rights of sexual and reproductive health for sure.
Thank you, Anik. And underlining that commitment to the maternal and newborn health care supplies that the Commission is supporting. As we say in the medical field, no commodities, no healthcare. So that's absolutely essential. Mike, over to you. What would you recommend to humanitarian colleagues and donors when it comes to ensuring and strengthening quality of care?
Thank you. I think quality of care, particularly in humanitarian setting, is it's not an easy task because we are operating in an environment where all the existing known mechanism quality of care can't operate normally. Accessibility is one of the main indicator of quality of care, and in humanitarian setting, where you have people running, war and insecurity, sometimes it's difficult to establish like even referral mechanism. But it's still one of the main way we can sustain access to service, to working on accessibility. Acceptability is we need people to accept the services or to find it responding to their needs. I think Nelly was talking about it a few minutes ago about self-management of abortion, where we're working to make sure that we can meet women on their pathway to care with our interventions. So if they are not, our interventions are not accepted, are not responding to women's need, then there's no reason for it to exist. So we work on that to make sure that we have several pathways and they are adaptable and they are centered on people's need than the system itself. We have the availability. We need commodities to be available, to be accessible for women where they are, either through the pharmacy, through community health workers, or through the medicine vendor who is walking in the village with their little bag on the back with medication. They should, if they want to have access to medication that way, they should have access to it. And supply chains need to be resilient in a situation of catastrophe, like in a humanitarian setting, which is not always easy because recently in Goma, when the city was seized by rebels, people looted UNFPA warehouses, like where they were keeping contraceptive commodities. They vandalized our health facility, the health facility that we just renovated and started performing his center of excellence. Rebels came, they took surgical materials, medication, everything. They went with, because they had people who were wounded. And communities, when they saw that, they came, they took the rest, and this health facility was completely out of service. So it's not always easy to maintain the structure of health system intact when there are crises. And investing on population, having referral mechanism where people are informed about SRHR, where to go find it, what is SRHR, what is quality service, particularly for abortion. It's super important because charlatans and people who are like medical, like traditional healers would use misoprostol, for example, to tell women that they have magical powder, that if they give them, they'll have an abortion, and they need to do what? They need to have sexual intercourse with them and things like that. So it's important for them to know what is quality service and how to recognize it, but also for the health system to be prepared to perform under stress, under emergency.
Thank you very much, Mike. We have 2 more interventions, so I'm already giving you a heads up. We're going to be a few minutes over time. Maura, the issue of safe abortion care has come up over and over again. In the current environment, it is the number thing that is being undermined. MSF has worked on this quite a bit. Can you share some of the experiences, some of the approaches that MSF has taken to improve access to safe abortion care?
Well, I have to start by acknowledging the people who are on the panel and also the person who's leading the panel. The MSF's experience is built very much on the experience of other organizations. We have learned a lot from IPAS. We have learned a lot from other organizations. We are in no way the vanguard on this. So we have copied and pasted a lot because it's proven successful for others. But I will say that we were our own biggest enemy on this one. We were tripping all over our feet constantly for years about this. And our excuses were always external. The community will not accept this. The religious leaders will not accept this. They will kick us out. Local customs do not allow it. So it was constantly this externalization rather than an internal reflection about our own willingness to take on this service and whether it was indeed healthcare. And so we looked to IPAS on this one, and we started with some value clarifications and really taking a look at, hey, actually, is this something that we are willing to align our values on? But I just want to say that externalization, that blaming almost of the culture, that this was preventing us from providing the care, was just part of our lack of willingness to really engage with the topic. And at the same time, I have to say, when we said the community will not accept this, yet every day women were coming to us and asking for this service as if they were not members of their own community, right? We were only listening to certain voices within the community, or our projection of what those voices would say, because in most cases we were too afraid to even ask. And so I think that one of the biggest ways in which we overcame our barriers on this was indeed the VCAT, looking internally, but also being willing to, the next step was starting to talk about it externally. And I think there's still moments where we're afraid of this. And when I mean externally, I mean with those same exact community members. In MSF, we talk a lot about witnessing what we witness. We witness suffering and death as a consequence of unsafe abortion. But guess what? That community also witnesses it. And they witness it in much closer proximity. And so when we started to speak with community members about this, it was not this theoretical idea, which it was for us, right? It was their mothers and sisters and aunts and neighbors. And so having those conversations made providing the care feasible, because no one wants their mothers and sisters and aunts and neighbors to die. And so we took it out of this very kind of theoretical barriers and into, do we want to provide healthcare? And indeed we did. So learning to speak about it and to bring it out of the shadows is an ongoing battle, but I think it's a very important battle. We should be talking about it. We should be saying it from the rooftops, right? Especially at this moment, those of us that can speak should be speaking about it. So I think that willingness to start talking was a big one. I also think that speaking about us has helped us gain a lot of knowledge on this, but I think we still, looking forward, we're working in a new paradigm now. So I don't have the playbook of how we go forward. Once again, I'm going to be looking over here to those that are figuring it out, right? Those who are on the front lines of these small groups, these grassroots organizers, because they are the ones that will continue to create access to abortion care, no matter what. And I will say that we do not have a copyright on this information. How to have an abortion is all over the internet, and it should be, right? We shouldn't hold on to it. We should share it. We should put it into women's hands, right? We should create access for quality information and quality drugs. And going forward, we're going to have to go hand in hand to figure out how to do this.
Thank you very much, Maura. That was very powerful. So with internal and external oppositions in mind, let's hear Nelly as our last interventions. Based on the experience that you have in Kenya, where there is strong anti-SRH, gay movements or anti-diversity movements. Can you give us some insights on what actors can do in order to counter those very conservative and, toxic movements that impede access for everybody to quality SRH care?
Thank you. So when we look at the anti-rights, some of the things that they fight are things that are either in our laws, our policies, or in the Constitution. And so for the longest time, we would respond as civil society organization. Therefore, we were looked as outsiders. So in the past, I would say 2 years, what we've done is embedding all the work that we are doing within systems change. And because we need government to take ownership, we need government to take leadership. Because when we witnessed anti-rights, for example, on the issue of abortion, as much as our law was restrictive, it gave power to the healthcare providers and pronounced itself under what circumstances abortion could be provided in the country. And when the government went ahead to develop guidelines, we saw when the guidelines were about to be launched, the same groups came to oppose that. And so we had conversations with government in terms of how do we move forward, because as at then, data showed that women were dying. And as just Mike said, data doesn't lie. Those are lives of our sisters, our children, etc. And so for that reason, we are anchoring our work around systems change, and we are having government take leadership in all the work that we do. Kenya as a country recognizes transgender. And it's not RH&K recognizing, it's not Nelly, it's the government of Kenya. And so what we are doing is working together with government on work around inclusivity, work around abortion, work around contraceptives. And so we are saying any work around issues that are considered non-African, then we want government to take leadership and develop policies that are progressive to support that. And then we are looking within the government system what is not talking to each other, because we know there's development of policies as one thing and there's implementation, or you have policies that are not speaking to each other. For example, we have the penal code that pronounces abortion to be totally illegal in Kenya. And so we are working with the government to align that. But beyond that, we are also convening what we are calling a multi-sectoral movement. And this movement is bringing together, of course, the traditional actors who are ourselves, but bringing government, bringing folks from research, academia, and people that are just, in support of the work that we do. And this is because we want to continuously build champions that can speak about the rights work. Then also working with trusted voices, and trusted voices includes, of course, legal law, how do we call it? Lawyers. We are working with journalists, and journalists particularly for framing and messaging, because we realize a lot of times we were our own enemies. We used words that will then provoke the anti-rights. So we are working with them, and of course with experts that have worked on this work for a long time, to ensure that the messaging, the framing, how we talk about some of the issues do not then provoke people, but are politically correct, so to say. And this then allows us to, move our agenda without any pushback. Then the issue around simplifying our message. The SRHR sector is known to really use jargons. And we can go on and on and on and on, and we're just speaking to ourselves. So we want to use a language that is easily understood, especially in the communities where the anti-rights tend to start. So when you look at the work they do, especially the religious leaders, they will start with the communities, go through their churches, go and just start off with something on disinformation. For example, abortion is murder. And imagine talking to a woman or a setup in a community. That's the only thing that is going to stick in their mind. But again, if you go and say, our girls are dying because of unsafe abortion, and you're using voices from the communities to articulate some of these issues, then they can resonate, they can relate, and then they know where to access services. So those are some of the strategies we are using to address these issues. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Nelly. I excuse again for going over time. I would like to highlight what Nelly brought up, the importance of working hand in hand, development issues, policy development, changing the basis and the foundations so that when crisis hits, we have a better starting place, which we don't have right now. So those sectors need to work together and need to join forces to reinforce whatever there is to be done to improve access to SRH in emergencies and SRH in general. I'd like to thank you for your attention, for your interest. I hope you took something away from this and you can be part of the advocates to keep this on the agenda, to keep pushing, because we need it right now. It's not a very good time. We have 15 minutes? What am I doing? We have time for questions. How is that? Why did I think we were finishing? And I was all stressed already, so. Great. So there we are. We have a possibility for questions. Oh, there's a lot of those. How do I know you were the first one to 1, 2, 3. Let's take a first 4. There was a fourth one. Do you want to start?
Yeah, thanks. My name is Pat McMahon. I'm from Mothers First. As our organisation's name is, we believe in a Mothers First approach. Thanks, Maura, for speaking about maternal malnutrition, because although abortion rights is very, very important, there's a very majority of mothers who die in childbirth can be a big aspect of it is the maternal malnutrition, is anemia. So I think that, it would be nice to have a little bit more discussion around this. Also, in regards to healthcare providers, traditional midwives play a key role, particularly in Africa. For example, in Somalia, where we work, 4/5 of all mothers, the babies are delivered by traditional midwives. And one thing that we're very much hearing from the traditional midwives themselves is that they actually want to be upskilled. They want to be part of the process. And one final point, I think, for anybody who's seen a mother dying in childbirth, it's horrific. It's a stain on our soul. It's unimaginable. What for me is so sad is that you can identify the high-risk pregnancies even before they're pregnant. You can identify who's going to be of high risk of maternal mortality even before they're pregnant, in adolescence. So early intervention is absolutely key. And I suppose marrying that with the maternal malnutrition, access to basic interventions like iron and folic acid, multiple micronutrients, is less than 20% across Africa. These things can be as significant, can lower down maternal mortality. And I think we need to be outcome focused. We need to be clear on what the maternal mortality figures are for each country, and that needs to be our measure of success. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to distribute this because that was quite a few people. Definitely everything on nutrition prevention efforts, I think, was in there. Who would like to respond? Maura, can I give that one to you?
Sure. I think there's a few points in there. I think absolutely the focus on maternal nutrition is an important nutrition, not only for pregnant women, but also for breastfeeding women. And also adolescent girls, right? I think that those girls that we know in the context where we work, that they have a high risk of becoming pregnant in their early years, preparing them with adequate nutrition is important. And I do think that there's not enough attention to it, absolutely. On the maternal mortality aspect, I think that this is, the data that Katrin presented, it's compelling, but the thing that's hard about it is it takes a long time to get that data. And by that time, it's already happened. And I'm asked all the time about, well, how much is too much? How many maternal deaths is too much? 1 is too much. And I think that this is hard from a public health perspective because we're looking for emergency thresholds, right? So I do think that this is, it gets lost a little bit, right? When we talk about, for example, I mentioned Darfur. In Darfur, we had enormous amounts, from my perspective, of maternal deaths, but it was 141, which when we're talking about childhood nutrition, right, is incomparable. But 141 maternal deaths, the ripple effect is enormous for those surviving children, for that community, for subsequent generations. And so for us to understand the true cost of maternal death, I think that there's something that quite hasn't clicked on that. And I do think that we have to reframe maternal mortality as an emergency, and that one is too much. So thanks for bringing that up.
Thank you. If I may take the advantage of being the moderator, add a little bit to your question on the prevention. It's true when we talk about the immediate emergency intervention, so the famous MISP that was brought up, the minimum initial service package, it doesn't include antenatal and postnatal interventions such as iron folic acid. It should, however, be upgraded as fast as possible, and iron folic acid as part of the humanitarian intervention is absolutely standard. Now, one issue that is a huge problem is what we call the 4 twos. Pregnancy too early, too late, too close together, and too many. And that creates anemia. An adolescent girl that hasn't finished growing has anemia. A woman who has just had a pregnancy has anemia. So that whole thing of going together, health with adequate birth spacing, with contraception, it's a together. We can't pick it apart, but you're completely right. We need to look at nutrition. I would like to go into the question about the TBAs and including the traditional birth attendants and including those. Who feels they would like to react to that one? Everybody looking away, I'm happy to, but Maura?
Maybe I could just talk about what we are doing in Kenya, and because in Kenya, slowly TBAs have been done away with, but we have a community health strategy that is very critical towards advancing the primary health care. And we have what we call the community health promoters, who are very important, especially in identifying some of those issues to do with nutrition, danger signs in pregnancy, providing health education to pregnant women, and generally women or anyone that needs care. The role of the community health promoters is also to provide household education and identify early signs of any danger in case of any illness. So in terms of malnutrition, then they play a very critical role, not only to pregnant mothers, but also to children. I don't know if that,
No, I think you're putting your finger right on it. It's a hugely important community link. They need to be recognized, and it is more and more recognized as part of the public health system is these community midwives. When it comes to upgrading their skills to deal with emergency obstetric care, that's when evidence says that is not the way to do it. If you want to do emergency obstetric care, you have to go and really have a professional education in it, but there is a whole lot of work in the prevention and the recognition of risk that TBAs are the best place to do, and they should be recognized. There has been a current where they've been very much excluded, but I think we're already on the way back where it's recognized that we need to work together with them. We had another intervention. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Hiram, working with the Diakoni, and my curiosity or point of perspective is connected to that line, but a little more looking at the system level with the conversation we've had in the morning and has been going on, the system change, locally led to be particular, and the topic or the SRH as an emergency response need. And my curiosity here is the locally led approach, which means local knowledge, local action, local response. serves a dual purpose. It's A, where the unprotective norms are advanced or expressed, and it's also at the same point where the much needed emergency assistance is offered, for example, the TBAs. Mm-hmm. And thinking at the long term, system change, locally led, how do we navigate that balance? Thank you.
Interesting. Mike, do you want to take that one?
Thank you so much. I think in my experience working on system change, because IPAS has the ecosystem model where we work at the system level, but also at the local level to make sure that we shift the power, not only at the shifting from government to local people, but also from international-led interventions to locally led. I would say first is to understand the system and how it functions either at the country level or at the global level, and to support it with advocacy, knowledge, evidence that is showing in which direction we should normally go to still be rights-based, people-based, like interventions that are not harming communities that they are supposed to be serving. And the other side, communities, local organizations that we're supporting, it's up to us to build their capacities also because they are the first beneficiaries and they know the input they can give to the system to make it adapted to their needs. So, for example, we have collaborative funds that are given to local communities to design their own activities in terms of on SRHR, but also not just SRHR. They might need a training on leadership, for example, or management, or maybe some sustainability intervention that can help them on one side keep earning living, and the other side have information on if they want access to access SRHR, for example, they can go at this place. So evolving with the tools together, at some point, for example, self-care would take over, where women won't just want to go to the health facility to get family planning, for example. They would go to the pharmacy, get it, and use it themselves without the support of the health system. So it's still in the same system, but communities are taking over what is normally theirs, supposed to be done by them, and moving with that forward while the government level and system level is following and responding to their needs.
I think the question that you put is very delicate, and as Mike says, it's a lot of pieces that come together. And I think today, if you were in some of the other sessions, if we look at the humanitarian reset and this push for localization, if it's not accompanied with learning, capacity building, and dialogue, evidence, we can really get it wrong. Because giving that power into local hands, which are not looking out for the best benefit of the population, which are based on myths or which have undue power and could exploit, can really do harm. So I think that getting that right, using evidence, having the dialogue, and really investing into the capacity building is absolutely essential in order to have localization be a success. Your neighbor.
Thanks, Katrin. And thank you all so much on the panel. This has been fascinating. Hi, I'm Jillian. I'm from ELRA. We're a funder of research and innovation in humanitarian crisis settings. But we also create global goods, and we funded a number of studies on safe abortion in crisis. So last year, we worked with an academic out of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine to write an abortion policy brief that I think a number of people in this room contributed to, so thank you for that. And in it, we really argue that legal and technical frameworks are very present for abortion to be provided in humanitarian crises. And there's lots of pathways have been talked about today of how to do that well, whether it's safe managed abortion, through clinics or other kind of very innovative ways coming very much from the grassroots. But let's be honest, it's still not happening in a huge number of settings. And I'd really love to know from the panel, what do you think? Is this fundamentally a funding and incentives problem that, doers and payers for this service ultimately aren't being brave enough to stand up and say, no, we believe in this, right? And we will fund it and we will do it. And what can we do to kind of get them on board?
Oh, everybody's going to want to respond to that one. Nelly, do you want to start?
And I think I will stop from where he left. And the work that we do in different countries, and for the longest time, investments have gone into doing some work, and at the end of the day, we've not been able to change the system. Mm-hmm. And I will speak about the work that we do around health systems in Kenya. And our approach has been a bit different from probably what IPAS is doing, but almost leading to the same thing. So, and answering your question, when we think the work we're doing in Kenya on adolescent and youth SRHR, and we are looking at the 5 causes of maternal mortalities, and we are looking some of the counties that we are working in, counties in Kenya's like subnational we are working in, are counties that a lot of times because of climate change and all that are exposed to humanitarian crisis. And so we've been able to look at the system. We spent a whole year doing, coming up what we call a design phase to be able to interrogate the system of today. And what is making us continuously see teen pregnancies, HIV reinfection, SGBV cases, increased maternal mortalities, and we all agree it is a systemic issue. And in those Kenya as a country has what we call the disaster response unit, and it's part of the system that we're talking about, and it defines very well the MISP and all the services that should be provided in case of any crisis. And so what we are looking, what is lacking? Abortion is lacking, not well pronounced, and that's a systemic issue. And so we have spent a whole year interrogating the system, and now as we speak, we have a strategy that is comprehensive, because when we look at adolescent and youth in their diversities, they need all these services we are talking about here, including humanitarian support. And so because we are looking at the end of the day, we need to see what are the systemic outcomes. What are some of those issues within the system that we must change? And we appreciate that system change doesn't take 2 days, 1 year. It's not a pilot. It takes quite a lot of time and it needs investment. Then we have community outcomes, and where that is where the model of IPAS comes in. The community needs the agency. For example, if they're young people, they need to understand, appreciate what are our problems. And when we need some of these services, if there's a crisis, how do we even access these services? How are we engaged in ensuring that these services, we are accessing quality of care, but they are part of the budgeting process or the policies that we have in place? And so at the end of the day, if government takes leadership, and in case of a crisis, then there'll be holistic care being provided to this woman or to this adolescent or to this man, regardless whether it's a humanitarian response or not. I don't know if I've responded to your question. Yeah.
I think the response can be very, very long, but I think you came up with some very important elements. We're nearly done, but if one of the two of you would like to add something to Nelly? Short? 1 minute?
Yeah. I think the other thing is how we communicate what we do is important for people to understand. Because when we talk about SRHR, we talk about abortion, people sometimes think that it's something that is brought to them I think contextual discussion with locals, talking in their language, talking to their reality, usually change the paradigm and make it easy for them to understand and yet identify in their way of living what they should handle or work on. There are people in villages, they know that for family planning, when someone is just gave birth, they separate the man from the woman and send the woman in the in-law family for 6 months, for example. Yeah. It was their natural way of doing it. But if you come and add on that, like, okay, there is something that is even better than this. Women won't need to go there and separate from their husband because they might stay and do so, you know, what is known in villages, but they can stay together if she's just taking this pill. Then people see they build from where they were to something different. And even to policymakers, when you present things from the local reality and tell them, like, this is what we've seen in your community, this is the solution we've worked on, can we have a policy? It's better understood than when it's something that is just taught to them as a new reality. Just from experience for abortion care in general, usually when people realize that it's not because we're forcing people to have it, but because this is the magnitude of number of people who are dying because of abortion, but not just dying. Women who can't stay in school, like girls who can't stay in school because they are pregnant, they are chased out of school. Or the person who just started a business and her loan will be used for antenatal care or whatever. They see all the rifle impacts on women's leadership and capacity to contribute to the sustainable development of their community. Usually people step up and say, we better do something.
Thank you, Mike. And Anika, I don't want to overlook you. I don't know if you wanted to add anything before we wrap up?
No, so maybe just that it's true that first and foremost, we believe that the responsibility lies with the governments, but that of course where the governments are either unwilling or unable to provide what is needed, then the intervention at community level is absolutely crucial. That's what we also call area-based approach when it comes to coordinating all the responses to diversity of needs. And we will actually push more and more in that direction because we see that this is actually, unfortunately, the only way to bring some success and positive responses in areas where the national level is not there.
Thank you very much, Anik. Thank you very much to everybody. I still managed to go over time. Can I have another 15 minutes? Because we still have questions out there. I've already said it. Thank you very much for your interest, for your patience with my moderation. Thank you very much, Anik, Mike, Nelly, and Maura. A big applause, please. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you with Stephanie. Thank you, Stephanie, for organizing this. And Anik? Okay, there's a workshop on gender coming up, and then I think there's all kinds of links that you can find on the website, so I'll make sure that I add a few of the documents that I mentioned. Have a nice rest of the conference and nice rest of the days. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.